of August. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed, so I'd like to thank those in the room with us today. So very good morning, welcome to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Acting CEO, Mr Arun Pratap, General Manager Environment Community, Nick Howes, other General Managers and staff that are with us this morning, and also acknowledge everyone watching via our live stream across our social media channels. I'd like to open the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Ngayabal and Jarowair peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Our second item on the agenda, councillors, is attendance, including apologies, so we have no leaves of absence. So takes us straight to item 3, which is the adoption of the Toowoomba Region Biosecurity Plan and Invasive Plants and Animals. I will hand over to General Manager Nick Howser to introduce this one.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea, and good morning, councillors. Councillors, Council is required by the Biosecurity Act 2014 to have a biosecurity plan, and this biosecurity plan replaces our former pest management plan. It's been drafted in consultation with the Biosecurity Advisory Committee, but utilised internal resources. Our conservation pest management staff have been integral in drafting this. It's been open for public consultation between the 9th of March and 6th of May this year, and the comments that we received through that consultation process have been considered and amendments made and incorporated where appropriate. The plan provides for us a blueprint for managing invasive plants and animals across the landscape within the Toowoomba Regional Council local government area. And I commend the plan to you for adoption. If you have any questions, Mark Reddy, the author of the report and officer responsible for overseeing the drafting of the plans, available to answer those questions for you.
Thanks, Nick. Any questions, councillors?
Question.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, GM Nick and Mark. This may be a question for both or all. I'm not too sure. Just in regard to our environmental grant program, and I wondered whether this biosecurity plan might be an opportunity for us to actually add or promote this through that way. I couldn't see it in there, and maybe it's an oversight on my behalf, but whether there's an opportunity to promote that through this plan may be an option. Is it an oversight on my behalf, perhaps?
Is it included in there? It's not.
It's one that we promote with the members of the committee and make sure all the people involved in it.
So thanks for the question, Councillor McDonald. We do promote our environment grant program through the advisory committee and the members of it. It's not necessarily identified here in this biosecurity plan. This is a legislative requirement of ours. Indeed, it probably presents some opportunity for grant applicants to deliver projects that are consistent with the biosecurity plan, but it's probably not the right place or necessary for us to promote it through here. We do have other means and mechanisms available, including the advisory committee and its members.
Righto, very good. Just follow up if I could. The GBO, I've got to say, there's a good lot of new acronyms in here for me, which is great. Thank you, appreciate that. The General Biodiversity Obligation, which is also for council, and we mention on page 22 of the plan, or for those of you with board books, 36 of 714, it talks about the number of properties being 20% of council's controlled land annually. And I just wondered where we get the 20% from. Is it aligned with an operational plan, milestone or KPI or action item? And whether that's over 5 years, you go back to the same place, one would assume, in the 5th year. Is that consistent, or is it measured in some way on an operational plan somewhere?
Thanks for the question, Councillor McDonald. The 20% figure was based on our operational capacity, our resourcing capacity to cover that land, given that we inspect all of council's roads and all of our owned and managed properties over that period.
Okay, so it's a resourcing issue, or if there's peaks in certain areas, then we focus on those as the need arises.
And that's correct. We have the flexibility to identify and focus on those priority areas, but our commitment is to undertake that work once every 5 years, notwithstanding the peaks and changes that we need to adapt to.
Very good. Just a final comment, if I could. On page 45 of the report, or 59 of 714, the Appendix 4, recognise the QR codes that are available for all of those different groups, which QR codes have, I thought they'd been and gone, but they're definitely here, live and well, and they're on every group. So it's a great snapshot to be able to go to those places and all the information. So really commend the report in that regard, information-wise.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Are there any other questions? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Mr Hauser. Thank you, Nick. I'm wondering, this report, or this plan, with our community survey, pest management was an issue that didn't perform particularly well for council. So we saw that the community had some concerns about pest management and TRC's role there. What's in this report, or what's in this plan that you would hope would address some of those concerns? How are we doing things better?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Von Hoff. I might ask Mr Reddy to add to my advice and provide some more detailed response. I think much of the challenge for us is promoting what we do and the services that are available from council to the community, and I think that's something that we need to focus on. I'll ask Mark to speak specifically about the pests and weeds and pest animals that we're focusing on here. I think we can take comfort in the fact that it's been developed in consultation with the Biosecurity Advisory Committee, which has representation of community members and various NRM groups, not only across our regional area but our neighbouring councils as well as state government. But Mark, if you could speak to some of those priority pests that the report focuses on.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Nick. Excuse me. The way that this plan will help us in that is this is going to become our major interpretive tool that we use with the public. It's something that the previous plan did not do. It wasn't a user-friendly document at the end of the day that we could take to the public and work through with them. This one has been very deliberately structured such that our officers can use it in their day-to-day discussions with landholders. The language has been kept as simple as we can while still adhering to the legislative requirements. And we've incorporated into this tools and methods around teaching people, explaining to people how they go about implementing their general biosecurity obligation. It also explains what that obligation is and council's requirements under the legislation to actually check on the compliance with that legislation. So it's putting a lot of information out there that previously has been more difficult for people to find, and is designed to allow us to promote the work that council does, but also to promote with people that it's not council's responsibility alone, that they actually have to do some of the lifting in this, and it is an obligation placed on everybody. This plan does not go down to individual species. It clearly outlines the requirement for a risk management process for each landholder, and for each landholder that risk may be different. You may have a large amount of, say, velvety tree pear on your property, and that would therefore rightly be your priority. But for someone who didn't have velvety tree pear, then another species would be their priority. And it may even be one that's not a high priority pest as far as the state level goes, but on a very local level it may have a very high priority to you and your property. I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. I guess there's a stakeholder engagement plan, and then we'll know the results when the next community survey is done, but that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Any other? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Nick, I did ask this question the other day about the use of glycophosphates in terms of the council's policy on that. But I notice in the management strategy here, when you're sort of giving this document to people, or people are saying, what should I do? what techniques should I employ to get rid of my weeds. Is there a control that people aren't just sort of, spraying everything in sight and everything's going into the waterways? And I suppose that's the most simplistic way I can ask it.
Now, that's going to be a fun question for me, isn't it? Thank you, Councillor. Council itself does not exercise any control over what people do on their properties as far as the methods they use for treatment. What we attempt to do is to put them in touch with the best information that we can so that they make informed decisions. There are all sorts of legislative controls around spraying and the use of herbicides that people need to abide by that are administered by other government departments. So while actually checking on what people are spraying on their property and when, it's not a council role. Our role here is to ensure that people have all the information they have to make informed and correct decisions.
Comfortable with that? Any other questions, comments? Or otherwise, we do have no further questions or comments. Well, councillors, we do have a recommendation, which is the council adopt the Toowoomba Region Biosecurity Plan for invasive plants and animals. So that's the recommendation. Do I have a mover? Councillor McMahon, second of Councillor Carl. All those in favour? It's carried. Thanks to Mark as well. So we go to item 4 on the agenda, councillors. It is the Tees Park Linear Corridor Parkland Master Plan. So again, I'll hand over to General Manager Hauser.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, Tees Park is identified in the Toowoomba Region Open Space Strategy and our local government infrastructure plan as requiring upgrade to district park standard. Concept master plan has been developed following consultation with internal stakeholders, but more importantly with following community consultation. An endorsement of the plan will allow and guide the development of the park and will also inform future budgets. We have staff to answer any detailed questions that you might have about the development of the plan and its inclusions. And other than that, I commend the report to you for adoption.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Just a comment, I guess, more than anything. Very excited, in fact, to see the ages of the survey response, which was a pleasant surprise. 61% of those between 35 to 44, but then 87.5%, including them and the year bracket younger than those in that area, which gives you an indication. And then I guess the other side of it was the response then from the majority around a skate park. We often hear about skate parks being wanted in all our parks, yet that was a very low priority for this group. The highest priority was a toilet block amenity, and I just wondered whether that was something that was in the future capital works program for the location of that in the 10-year capital works.
Just get Ingrid to answer that one.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the toilet block is obviously our highest priority as well, and that's being delivered this financial year.
Thanks,
That's
Ingrid.
one of the priority works. So we have some funding this financial year and anticipate some next year. And so there'll be some elements of the master plan delivered this year.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Comfortable with that? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
It's more of a comment, Mr. Chair. I mean, I know that this is all part of the planning and strategy that council does, but I was absolutely blown away by this report and the other one about East Creek corridor or linear park as well. It just, the work and the detail and the projected sort of beauty of it, I suppose, is just incredible. Thank you.
So there's a comment. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Comment and a question probably on notice, if I may. I agree, these are good roadmaps for us to be informed about future investment into these areas. And given that comment, whilst it's not directly associated with these reports, I'm just wondering what the timing is for the review of the parkland strategy across the region is, given the amount of additional land that council has taken on since the development of the parks strategy, and I refer to the hierarchy of parks that you've mentioned, Mr. GM. And the reason why I'm asking is because it's important for future budgetary considerations. In the context of we've taken on considerable amounts of land since the development of this initial strategy that some of us councillors were involved in. So.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. I might ask Manager Parks and Rec, Mr Condren, to provide some advice in relation to that. Of course, we work very closely with our partners in strategic planning and economic development in relation to the development of the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, LGIP, and it has a new name now, which is escaping me. And so that drives our desired standards of service and so on and so forth, which informs our open space strategy. You're correct, it's 4 years old now. It was adopted in 2016. But Mr Condren can provide some more advice.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Cale. In relation to the Toowoomba Region Open Space Strategy, it's a 10-year strategy adopted in 2016, so technically runs to 2026, but conscious of all the issues that you've highlighted and the emerging sort of accumulation of land and emerging challenges, we intend to conduct an interim review of the open space strategy next financial year. And as the General Manager has alluded to, we're also working very closely with SPED in relation to the LGIP review. And that process is currently underway. We've done detailed network review work with SPED, done a lot of work on our unit rate costings and park embellishment costs, etc. That information is currently with SPED, and I understand in the next 12 months SPED will be bringing a network review LGIP to Council for consideration across the entire 5 networks. And I think that will address some of those emerging issues. But we intend to carry out an internal review of our open space strategy next financial year.
Yeah, through you, Chair, if I may. Is there opportunity for a touch point for Council in the boardroom to be across that interim review, given the fact that there's a number of new members around the table, and just to get an appreciation of the hierarchy of parks and what level goes into that and how we arrived at those positions. But I'm pleased to hear that it'll inform the LGIP and the timing seems right.
I'll take the question on notice and discuss it with the GM, but possibly it might be opportune to run a session with Council, with our open space planning officer, to look at how the Toowoomba Regional Space Strategy emerged and the processes behind that, and a general understanding of our desired standards of services and where Council hopefully are moving towards for future desired standards of service through LGIP.
Nothing further. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, it's wonderful to see. Great to hear about the toilet. This park, East Park, is very well used. A lot of younger families out that way, and it doesn't matter what time of the day you go there. Even in the middle of the heat, there's someone walking through there. ISG put a new pathway in there last year I think it was. So it's really good to see, that something's happening there for them, and you often see the young people down there kicking footballs and whatever. So I think a toilet block is really great, and I hope the community know about that, because they'll be really pleased. So, and the trees are starting to grow and starting to take on a real park-like look about it. So I'm very pleased to hear about the toilet. Thanks. Just with these, thank you for printing them, but there must be a better way that we can do it, because it's still so small you can't see it. Really, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. And I just wanted to thank you for highlighting the work that ISG had done there in the development of the footpaths. I think this is a great demonstration of the collaboration across council. We often hear about silos, and sometimes I think that's a bit of a myth. There's been a lot of cross collaboration with various branches and groups in the development of these, and trying to align projects so that we're not duplicating effort, so that one complements the other. So, big kudos to GM Brady and his team there, and also the Parks and Rec team for looking for those opportunities, because I think
I could just add to that. I know very, very aware of how the GMs work well together. I think sometimes the issue might be in this room. So I'm very aware of that. And at the end of the day, it's one community, and they don't care where it comes from as long as they get the facilities that they need. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Comment and a question, if I could. One of the most common phone calls I've had in my short career here is that can you stop my little dog getting beaten up by the big dogs, and I welcome the inclusion of a small dog off-leash park in the master plan. You think it's a minor thing, but it's an incredible asset. My question, however, just around flooding and flood mapping, and I note I'm on 75 on board books, page 6 of the report, that flooding isn't really an issue, and that TRC flood mapping has been used to record that. But my question was just around whole of creekline water management strategy, and I've always seen that creek down there with a bit of water in it, and I note there's bridges and culverts and other things, and just children's playgrounds in that area. Just if you could tell me how that whole system works safety-wise.
So we will always take thank you for the question, we'll always take our guidance from existing documents and information that we have. So we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. So where those flood mapping documents exist, that's our baseline starting point. And we have a threshold for the placement of our recreation infrastructure outside of the certain flood zone, and I'd need to take advice about what level that is. Q100 or?
Yes, there's also other elements.
That's right. So we'll take our advice. We'll have various performance criteria to place things like playgrounds outside the Q100 flood zone. Other things like footpaths might be tolerable to Q20 or the like. And so that's our starting point. Of course, these are concept master plans that are subject to further detailed design and consultation with internal stakeholders around those impacts. And same is true for the East Creek Corridor Master Plan, which is the next report that's coming to you, but the concept master plan takes those performance standards into consideration and then subject to further detailed design and consultation before we put something on the ground.
Okay. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Chair. Could I commend those responsible for the preparation of these plans? They are very appealing and people need to be congratulated for the work that they've done. The two master plans, this one and the East Creek one, I take it and I think Councillor Bill might have touched on this before. I take it they're part of a longer-term list of plans that are going to be presented and work going to be done throughout the entire region and particularly throughout the city. I raise that, is there in existence already some, not a master plan, but a grand master plan for Toowoomba showing when things will be done over, might be 10-year period, 20-year period. Why I raise that is that when I was the member for Toowoomba North, people came to me often, were envious of the fact that they saw very desirable work done by council, previous councils, city council in particular over the years, with East and West Creeks. And today they are a picture in my view, and it's great to see Westbrook Creek now being progressed along that line. But they came to me and said, well, what about Gary Creek? You know, it's a bit of an eyesore down there. And I know we've had discussions here that things are planned for there's some sort of plan for the future. It's going to cost a lot of money. But I was just wondering if, can you give some information as to whether there is some overarching strategy plan which will give some hope for people in the northern part of the city that likewise they will have such a commendable and appealing landscape.
Certainly, thanks, Councillor Shine. We take our guidance from the Toowoomba Region Open Space Network Strategy, which we heard about before, and also the Local Government Infrastructure Plan. And both of those documents set timeframes for us for the development of various open space areas and parklands to meet the desired standard of service, whether that be local, district or regional park standards. So that gives some guidance for us and sets the overall master framework, I guess you could say, for the development of master plans and then the subsequent development and embellishment of the parklands. And so, You're right. Council will see a number of these master plans coming to you for endorsement throughout the term, and we've developed the master plans. I'm pretty sure Black Gully Parkland has a master plan developed in the north part of Toowoomba, and we have master plans for parks right throughout the region. I can remember a district park master plan for Pittsworth and various other areas, Hodgson Vale, that's right, Lions Park at Hodgson Vale, so various others. In relation to the question about the Gary Creek development, and council's been acquiring land along Gary Creek for a long time, preceding amalgamation back to Toowoomba City Council days. And the ultimate view is to develop that primarily as a stormwater function, but there's an opportunity to beautify and improve the amenity, much the same as we've done along East and West Creeks. Resources haven't been committed yet to the development of that master plan, but that's something, the time's probably coming near for council to start to look at that at a more detailed level, given the number of properties that we have acquired to fulfil that ultimate vision.
Has there, if I may supplementary, has there ever been any state or federal government grants supporting this type of work? Once there was. I'm just looking for some guidance. I'm not sure if the state government is still funding master planning work. The eligibility changes on those things from time to time. They certainly have funded the development of planning documents in the past, but I don't know if they do anymore. I'm getting a shake of the head, so I don't think they do fund master planning work, but they will fund embellishment. Beyond the documentation, the actual work itself?
That's right. They will fund embellishment works, yes.
They will?
Yes.
Okay.
So Queen's Park's a good example of that. We've been successful through building our regions for Queen's Park and also our Toowoomba Escarpment Parks project. So we've had quite a great deal of success, I would say, in attracting state government funding for the development of our parks, but I don't think they're investing in the planning side of things.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Sean. So are there if there are any further questions, we do have a recommendation before us on the screen here. So the council endorsed the Tees Park Linear Corridor Parkland Master Plan Report June 2020, including appendices attachments 1, 2 and 3, and the report be used in the formulation of future capital works plans, operational budgets and informing the local government infrastructure plan for the upgrade, development and ongoing maintenance of Tees Park. Do I have a mover? Councillor McMahon, seconded Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to item 5 on the agenda. So it's another master plan. This time it's the East Creek Linear Corridor District Park Master Plans, including Lake Annan Park, Emerson Park and Toowoomba Waterbird Habitat. So again, I'll hand over to General Manager Nick Hauser to introduce.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, my introduction to this one is exactly the same as the previous one. The reasons are the same. It's identified in our Toowoomba Region Open Space Network Strategy. It's identified in LGIP as requiring upgrade. We've been through a consultation process with internal stakeholders as well as community, and we've developed the concept master plan. For East Creek, I guess an additional consideration in regards to the East Creek corridor master plan is the flood work that we've done there and the future flood proofing master planning that's been done. So the document's been developed with respect to and in consideration of that work, as I alluded to earlier. And it's concept master plan, of course, subject to further detailed design and consultation to ensure both the integrity of the flood carrying capacity of the corridor, but also the safety of users of the parkland.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor McDonald?
Just a comment, if I could, and again, another comprehensive report and keeps us up to date with where things are travelling. Very keen and appreciative of the fact that the New Zealand element of Lake Annan is mentioned in the master planning. And if I refer the attention to councillors to page 181 of 714 of the report, and the last paragraph, which talks about a component of the park has been designated as a New Zealand themed garden, which includes plants, planting relevant species, and also reference to the New Zealand geysers represented by the fountain in the lake. It is the intention of council that the theming be extended and developed if possible, especially on the eastern side of the lake adjoining Mackenzie Street. And I guess the developed if possible is a bit of a concern to me, because I'd like to think that Lake Annan is one of those that was identified in our International Garden dream, I guess, going back some time, and this particular garden has some history in regard to service clubs and New Zealand themselves being over here. So whilst I'm appreciative it's in there, I think we have an opportunity in this master plan to actually emphasise that a little further, to say that it is has got that New Zealand theme, and perhaps promote it a little further as we work through the master plan. I don't know whether you need to strengthen it or if you're happy enough with that, councillors, but I just think it's our opportunity to actually say in this master plan that this could well be seen as the start of that over a long period of time. Councillor Shine spoke about 10 and 20 years, and that's certainly an opportunity that we can do. So I guess it's developed, if possible, is my words. If possible was removed, I'd be even happier. Extended and developed, especially on the eastern side of the lake.
Do you want to comment? Mike? Yep.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. And as suspected, the manager has given me a heads up that the if possible reflects the availability of funding. Not our intention to develop it as a New Zealand park. So if funding's available and we're developing it, we will continue that New Zealand theme. If funding's not available and forthcoming for the development of the park, then there'd be no development, I guess.
Another bit of encouragement, so thank you, Nick, thank you, Michael. Could we perhaps say then developed when budgets or when funding becomes available instead of if possible?
Sure.
Just to be clear on it.
It's easy enough. Yep. It's easy enough for us to change that.
I open that up because there could be another service club or our friends in New Zealand who may have a real interest in this and connecting, and it may well be externally funded by volunteers, or it may be another source that could be there. So maybe you would, if we adjust that from if possible to where funding is available.
As funding becomes available. And that's an easy change for us to make and include before it comes to full council next week.
Thanks, Nick.
So everyone's comfortable if we do that, so we can make that alteration to that. So
We'll
it doesn't
make
change the recommendation as in terms of what's in front of us, but we can alter that report for.
We'll amend the report, and when it comes to the ordinary meeting next week, those changes will be incorporated.
Thanks. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Mr Chair, I live and dream of ever being able to pick up a typo in these reports, but I've picked up one, I think, my first one, and that is on the map on page 155 of Board Books. So just the naming of the streets, Ruthven and Margaret Street, isn't that Harry's? That's supposed to be there?
Careful.
Getting myself confused trying to find, with the Vera Lacar's Park.
Just look into that.
Look into it. But I did want to ask a serious question about the pathway widths. So in the report, it says some of the that the pathway widths did not meet requirement standards, and that they are minimum 2 metre wide for TRC standards and 2.5 to meet national standards. And then it says down there for the key recommendations, upgrade the shared path widths to meet minimum standards. Does that mean that the existing pathways are all going to be widened, or I don't know. I don't know the extent of how much work that is, I guess, and the.
I'll allow Ingrid will answer that one if that's okay.
Thanks for your question. Certainly our intention is whenever we're building new paths that they would be built to our standard. Mm-hmm. And when a path comes up for asset replacement, as the paths in East Park were recently done, we would look at that standard and think we would then replace it with the preferred width at that time of asset replacement.
Mm. Comfortable with that? Any other, Mayor Antonio?
I tried to get a few words in before, but in respect to our relationship with New Zealand, I think there's been some work done about a partnership or some sort of understanding between ourselves and Wanganui as we develop the New Zealand aspect of Lake Annan. I think they're very, very happy to be part of that.
Margaret and Rufflin.
Out that those contacts are available, and they would certainly be very proud to know that we have a New Zealand theme park in our area.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Yeah, there will be opportunity for, I suggest around Kitchener when they're finished with that crossing, to be replacing some of those pathways along there. And I think it's simply, in answer to Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's, that the standards have changed over the years, and we've got pathways everywhere that probably don't meet the standards, but we would be putting new ones in. Through you, Mr Chair, to Nick, some issues with a bit of drainage around Lake Annan, is that the case? And would that affect any of this? Because the water does, pool out of there a bit, and I suppose I know that you and the General Manager of ISG are chatting about that, so perhaps that's all under control.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Anything that we do here would not detrimentally impact any of the drainage, and in fact, as we undertake projects, we would look to make improvements wherever we could.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No, there's a recommendation there that we endorse what's there in front of you, so endorsing the East Creek Linear Corridor Parkland Master Plan report, and the rest's any other issues with that. But do I have a move for that? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Carl, those in favour? It's passed unanimously. We go to item 6 on the agenda, councillors, is the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers Strategic Plan 2020 to 2024. And thank you to Michael Conran and Ingrid as well, obviously, for their input with those two major projects. But yeah, councillors, we do move to the next item on our agenda, which is the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers Strategic Plan 2020 to 2024.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea, and we have the fabulous Kate Scott joining us, and Ross Beegent also. Kate, the author of the report. Councillors, this strategic plan has been designed to provide clear direction for the ongoing delivery and development of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers as a major tourism event for our region. Our vision for Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers is to be the best blooming event in Australia. The plan's been developed following consultation with key stakeholders over the last couple of years, and 4 key areas have been identified, those including celebrating colour, growing our profile, being sustainable and increasing our tourism value. Endorsement of this plan will provide a clear overall direction, while at the same time giving confidence that we can adapt to the changing trends and ever-emerging issues, but still remain consistent with our overall framework. And I think COVID-19 this year has been a good example of the need to be flexible and adapt to changing and emerging issues. Councillors, as I mentioned, the plan's been developed by Kate with the help of the team, and she will be able to answer any questions that you've got in relation to this one.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr Chair. So I just wondered, was there a workshop for councillors on this strategic plan? I've missed a few things over the last month or so I'm just wondering whether there was a workshop. You've mentioned stakeholders in the report. I would have thought the boardroom was, and I'm just wondering whether there was a workshop with councillors.
Councillor Summerfield, this would be the first time that councillors have seen the finished product, but we did have an information session recently reviewing what we're doing with Carnival this year and also speaking about those broader themes. So we've taken the guidance we received through those consultations and not just specifically in recent times, but cumulatively over the last couple of years in the development of this strategy.
Comfortable with that?
I'm right.
No. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Pardon me, I do agree that this would be cumulative over the last few years, actually, the feedback that's been received. I do have a couple of little questions, I guess, just from the strategy perspective, and probably these would be directed to Carnival Kate, if I could, Nick, and that's in regard to the mentioning of growing our profile and the idea that growing the profile throughout the year, and just wondered where the TCOF brand, Carnival brand, what ideas you've got or what thoughts you've got as to spreading this through the 12 months.
Thanks for the question. What we're looking at is how we can utilise things that are already existing within Council's investment portfolio. So the summer plantings of flowers that happen across the parks and across the regions, how can we actually use that and align the branding and investment that we've got in marketing of Toowoomba Carnival flowers to get more people coming to Toowoomba at that time? Those are the kind of things that we're looking at doing at this early stage.
Okay, terrific. And of course, you got the Queensland State Rose Garden as well around that time. There's a lot of things. I think if I could just highlight one area that perhaps has great leverage for us, and focusing on the year of Indigenous tourism, which not only is this year but next year, and perhaps location of Gumanguru and Gumbi Gumbi Gardens as an all year round destination to visit as well, might be something that you can add to that rhetoric. Kate, in regard to, and Nick mentioned COVID, and you've made adjustments already in regard to this year, but is there something that you've learnt? I know we haven't had the event. Are there things that you've learnt already that you could say, you know, not thank goodness for COVID, but this has given us a chance to actually rethink how we do things?
Definitely, I think it's good business practice to do that with every challenge that comes through. I think the biggest thing that we've been able to do is this document has been building for the last 5 years that I've been in this position, and I've been able to really look at this document and what we can do with Carnival, looking at changes coming in that we have no control over. So I'm very confident that this document can actually be a really good, strong focus point that we can come back to over the next 5 years with whatever's thrown at us.
Okay, last one for me. One of the pillars, if you like, of the strategy is around sustainability and looking at how that can happen. And sustainability crosses all areas, but one area that has increasingly become a challenge for all organisations and events is around volunteers, and keeping them to some 2,000 volunteers for Carnival across all community groups. I wondered within the strategy, and there's nothing in there, but do you have thoughts on perhaps nurturing, bringing on new volunteers, or is there, over a 4-year period, is there a different model of volunteering that needs to be looked at for Carnival?
We've definitely seen changes in volunteering over the recent years, especially around events. A lot of volunteers have a year off, or they only want to do a specific role. They say, I'm available every Tuesday afternoon for September, fill me in, or happy to do whatever. Other people go, oh, I only want to do parade, I don't want to do anything other than that. So we're being quite reactive to the skill sets that are coming through in the volunteers as well, and making sure that we can actually make sure all the volunteers are feeling valued and their skills are being used appropriately. The days of just finding a name and plonking them in a shift are not happening anymore. So we're making sure that it's actually, there's position descriptions and things like that are coming through and very prominent in what we do with volunteers.
Just to have a follow-up on that. It just occurred to me, and we're actually at by way of invitation from the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce during the week, in fact, councillors were there, and it just occurred to me when Jenny Butler was speaking from Southern Queensland, TAFE, Southwest Queensland, around training, and of course TAFE Queensland were the providers of training for the Commonwealth Games. I just wondered whether part of the attraction of actually working with the Carnival of Flowers may be not so much an internship, but having volunteerism as part of Carnival, part of a core deliverable or core part of courses for TAFE and also USQ. I guess I'm just tossing that out there as an idea to connect education with stronger.
We've got strong partnerships with universities. We do. We usually have an intern come in from USQ every second year, and UQ every year, that actually help us out. So we can keep building on those partnerships. And TAFE also have their hospitality students heavily involved in Festival of Food and Wine as well, so we can explore that more.
Brilliant. Last one. Sorry.
Last one.
Last one. The Chronicle Garden competition is owned by the Chronicle, and obviously this year has changed because of COVID. In the strategy, I just couldn't find anything that referenced the home gardens or private gardens. Is there a thought, based on your planning and what we've seen over the last 5 years, of where that may be in 4 years' time?
I think we need to be agile for the community and what it wants to do with the events, especially with community-owned events. Having gardens open during Toowoomba Carnival Flowers is part of the DNA, and I think that's something that we'd always strongly support, whatever format that can be in.
Thank you, Kate.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nick. Through you to Kate. I just had a question about the target markets And I noticed the music festival part of that and found it funny it was often females, but motivated by headline acts. And I'm just wondering how you and your team go around sourcing them. Is it a budget, or do you look for bands, or do you approach them? I'm just wondering the process involved in that.
We've got a band strategy that we use every year, so we actually target each night to a different demographic. Traditionally, the Friday night has been a younger demographic, so we're looking at the Triple J style bands that are quite new, emerging, and then the Saturday and Sunday we look at more mixture, so it's more generational. There'll be something for baby boomers, there's something for the Gen Ys. We really mix it up, and we also try and make sure there's new music coming to Toowoomba as well. And it also comes down to, as you said, budget. Budget's a big consideration, and who's available. Australia is a big place, but when it comes to entertainment, sometimes it's really hard to secure quality acts.
And do they charge an arm and a leg, some of those big ones, or?
I've developed my negotiation skills pretty hard over the last 5 years. You never accept the first offer, and you do a lot of call around to other events too to see what they've paid. So yeah, there's pretty heavy negotiations involved.
All over it, Kate. Thanks so much. Just to follow up, I noticed in the top paragraph that you market to influencers, and I'm wondering if you bring in, Instagram influencers, etc., to come to our region for the weekend, post on their social medias. Is that a strategy that we use?
Absolutely, and we're doing a lot of that this year. So we've actually got familials happening from the end of August into early September. And we work with small influencers. We're not interested in those that have got really large audiences. We want those micro influencers that have got a highly engaged audience. So if they go and buy a vase full of pink roses, we know that there's going to be lots of photos in their feed of everyone else going out and buying pink roses. So we really target those people, and we're doing a lot across Brisbane, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast influence to get that drive market happening.
That's really good. Thanks so much, Kate.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Kate. I note that we talk here, as Councillor McMahon just highlighted, the music aspect of it, and the report talks and the strategy talks about one event, 25,000 people. We as a council had talked about embedding the arts more in the gardens and having that experience, for instance, where people could go to the night gardens and listen to music, and that would be part of the carnival. So I'm not seeing that the arts are really embedded in this strategy. Can you comment a little bit on that, please?
It's probably mostly aligned to being sustainable. When we look at the arts, we're looking at all the different aspects of art. So we have musicians in parks already happening, but we're wanting to look at, this year we're trialling Artist in Residence happening at Queen's Park every Saturday of September. So we're looking at how we can utilise the skills that we have within Toowoomba Regional Council area and showcase those a little bit more. So as we build confidence and we look at the costings around of delivering those, we'll definitely, in the past we've had the Rep Theatre come and do some acts for us and different things like that as well. So as there's confidence builds around what's available and what we can do, we can embed it throughout the whole program.
It just seems like a natural fit, the sensory experience of being in a garden and then also experiencing the arts. Thank you.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Kate. Great report. I just want to concur with what Councillor Von Hoff just said. The Empire Theatre had an amazing program last year, so they really incorporated the arts into Carnival of Flowers. So I'm hoping, not involved with them as much this year, so I'm hoping that they will continue with that this year. It was an amazing program. But to my question, Kate, Carnival is such an amazing time to highlight the goods and services of our region. And I'm just wondering, I didn't really see anything in the strategy about the strategy around employing or using the goods and services of our local businesses in our region. So is that a core component?
It definitely is, and I think there is a line in the strategy that talks about we'll buy local wherever we can, and we've got the luxury of being owned by Toowoomba Regional Council, so we're bound by those policies as well. So that probably doesn't come through in this because we just have to live and breathe it every single day of the year. So that's something we can take into consideration.
I assumed that, Kate, but I just don't like to assume, so thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, it just actually occurred to me, it's been something bumping around in my head for a while with the thousands and thousands of plantings that we do in preparation for Carnival. Does council harvest that themselves? Where do we actually get all of our seedlings? Is that a local buy?
We produce them ourselves in our own nursery, yeah.
Great.
170,000 of them this year.
A massive undertaking. It's fantastic.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Kate, I don't know whether to be offended or celebrated by not being a grey head in a garden bed anymore, being a grey head person. That was a joke, darling. I wanted to ask you about this strategy is done in mind of everything going back to normal post-COVID, isn't it? It's kind of if we return to a perfect world.
I think so, yes, but it also gives us the opportunity to learn from this year. We know that visitation is being really strong at the moment, so how can Toowoomba Regional Council bound off that and get people here earlier because of Toowoomba Carnival Flowers marketing and that investment we're putting in. So I think there's some definite things will go back to normal. We'll definitely always have a parade. Carnival without parade is something that none of us really want to think about at the moment. But also going forward is how can we expand and learn from this year. So I think the core DNA aspects will always be there, but there's some new possibilities of excitement too.
Yeah, I suppose that's what I was wondering. If we don't return to a perfect world, what's the strategy then?
If we don't return to a perfect world, I think the beautiful thing is we've proven this year that the parks team have been able to plant 170,000 flowers and everyone's more used to virtual and different ways to communicate this year. So we can adapt that quite quickly and Toowoomba knows how to grow things really well and we can just adapt that around of how we communicate that out and how do we get that back, that dollars back into our community, into our businesses.
Are there any other further questions? Councillor McDonald?
Just a bit of a take-home for me, and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan probably raised it. In probably the three take-homes for me is that we're looking at a month-long celebration of this. It won't be 10 days, and I've argued ad nauseum about the fact that Carnival may only be 10 days, but it's a promotion for our region for 12 months of the year. So I'm pleased that you're actually embedding this into a strategy, Kate, because hopefully then those that think we only have one event that's only for 10 days will actually come on board a little more. It's Australia's #1 major event and festival, and if you've only got one event, it's not a bad one to have. So the first take-home for me is a month-long promotion. The second take-home is that, and I raised or mentioned Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, that success shouldn't be measured by necessarily only one prism of the numbers of people that are here. And I think this year will actually provide an opportunity for Carnival to reinvent itself in many areas, and that word's been used a fair bit actually through COVID, but reinvent itself on multiple smaller events over a variety of venues that can reach out to the tentacles of our regional townships. And I think that, to me, presents the greatest opportunity for regional areas that we haven't seen in the past. So that's the second take-home. And the third one, putting Councillor Shine and my hat on finance and business, is that the implementation of this plan is achievable in current levels of Council's investment, which I think that's credit to you, Kate, because you've been the one that's driven this since your time here, and I want to pay tribute to you in this forum. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. If there are any other further questions or comments, just to close any comment I'd say on myself. Thank you, Councillor, for input in this, and thanks to Kate. I think a lot of good points have been raised with this. I guess through this document and through what Kate's been able to explain to us is that opportunity to be flexible, and I think we've never seen that more so than the event this year. So I also would just like to thank Kate and her team for what they've done this year. Obviously a lot of challenges with Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers this year alone, and just around the few of the things we've sort of talked about and discussed here. So a couple of the additions that we've had this year around the, for example, the hashtag treats, so involving all of our foodies or flavour makers right across the entire region. So, and that's something that's there to be involved in for a whole month. So again, as we talk about stretching over a period of time, and then again, as we said, when we come back to the core of Carnival of Flowers, and we talk about the gardens, and we said 170,000 blooms that have been planted, and then just seeing the amount of people that in the past visited Toowoomba for the botanical gardens and Laurel Bank alone, you're talking numbers there of upwards of 200,000, so during those periods. So again, they will be in full bloom. So the implementation of something like this obviously feeds off well from what is happening with the event this year, and also just provides that, identifies those priorities for us moving forward. But Kate, just want to wish you all the best. Carnival's not too far away now, and as I said, you've done an amazing job in bringing it together, whilst bringing together everything that has been involved around the preparation of an event this size, but then also, of course, with paramount importance around the safety and public health. So thank you to yourself, and all the best in the coming months with that. So councillors, with that, we do have a recommendation in front of you. It is that council endorse the Toowoomba Carnival Flowers Strategic Plan 2020 to 2024. Councillor McMahon moves. Have a second, Mayor Antonio. Those in favour? Passed unanimously, so that one's good. Thanks to Kate and the team, and also just keep an eye out actually this year as well with Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. It's gained, as it always does, a lot of great attention. We've had the crew from Weekender up on a couple of separate occasions doing features on the particular event as well, so good to see the event getting that sort of coverage. Council, that takes us to item 7 on the agenda. It's the Veterans First Military Museum project. So again, I'll hand over to General Manager Nick Hauser to introduce this one.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, you're familiar with the Veterans First Military Museum project proposal following a deputation on the 9th of August. The next step in progressing the project is identification of a suitable site, and for this reason proponents seek Council's in-principle commitment to allow use of a portion of council-owned land at Spring Bluff. The project will need to progress through a series of business case and feasibility studies, as well as further community consultation at the appropriate time. But the next step in facilitating those further investigations requires endorsement of a site. The proposed site is seen to offer synergies with Council's purpose of acquiring the site, which is a future parkland provision. I think that those things can go hand in glove, and it doesn't in any way take away from Council's proposed future use of the site as a parkland. It's a large site, and they're only seeking a portion. So the recommendation is that Council provide in principle support to allow use of a portion of council-owned land for the construction of the proposed Veterans First Military Museum.
Thanks, Nick. Any questions? Councillor McDonald.
I'm more than happy to move it, and I'm happy to talk to it if need be. Okay. I just think it's a great opportunity for us to acknowledge the military history of our region, but not only that, it's a dream of some individuals that this can also be part of the broader military history of Australia on occasions, and I think given the information or the deputation that we received here, this is very infant stages indeed. So this is just one opportunity for us to actually give them a chance now to go and look more deeply into it, put a business case forward, a feasibility, and who knows, it mightn't go anywhere, but if we don't have an opportunity, it will never go anywhere. So more than happy to support it.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McDonald. So I do have a mover and a seconder, but I'll just go if there are any questions in that before I come back to you, Mayor Antonio. Then.
Well, can I just simply say that there could be no better site for it, really, when you consider the history of that particular area, with the 25th Battalion walking down through that, in general terms, through that territory to the railway to head off to fight for this country. But look, I think it's a great dream to have. There's a long way to go, but the fact that we're doing this today is giving them a leg up and the opportunity to go forward and see if they can find some funding to help them. The majority of the memorabilia, military memorabilia that's owned by this nation is not displayed. There's so much opportunity here, so I think Toowoomba would be an ideal place given our military history. This is an ideal site given its siting and its proximity to the area where those men were trained that left here in on St Patrick's Day in 1942, and I think it all comes together brilliantly. Hopefully they'll get some substantial funding from elsewhere to support them.
Thanks, Mayor Antonio. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, comment if I may, Mr Chair. I think it's I'm extremely familiar with this piece of land. In fact, right back to Crow's Nest Shire Council days, I was one of 3 people who put this piece of land up for a future vision very similar to this, and it's very exciting. So I do hope that the proponents are successful with federal funding and assistance, because this could very well be a catalyst project for the development of that area. And why I say a catalyst project, it could lend itself to a cluster type development of commercial or tourism, commercial enterprises, part private, whatever. And it's already on a well-established day loop, a tourist drive. It could see visitors stay an extra night in this region. So I'm really excited, having understood some of the potential of this block for many years. I hope it goes ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor Taylor?
Mr Chair, and that's what Council had in mind when we purchased this block when it became available. And I think if we think to Mona down in Tasmania, which was a dream, and I think that, as the Mayor has said, there'd be no better use for part of this block. There's a long way to go, and I wish them well. And we have a lot of military history here. In fact, the 25th Battalion goes back far back from Milne Bay and actually covered itself in glory in Pozieres in the Western Front in the First World War, and there's 71 of them on that windmill site. So we have a lot of military history here. The 25th was a regular regiment, and it was the Darling Downs Regiment. So it was known as. So I wish them well, and I think that this is just the first part. We can encourage the dream and the vision by making this piece of land available. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to speak for the recommendation and support it where council can. My only question was just in the wording of it, in the last line, should the business case and associated capital and ongoing funding be successful? Is that going to be funding applications to us, or is this all state and federal government, or do we not have that information at present?
Want me to have a go? The intent there is that it's state and federal government funding coming in, not applications to council, and that's certainly been the indications that have been given to council by the proponents, that that they would seek those funding sources.
I don't think we need to outline that in there, but you know, there's not much to stop them asking us for road and infrastructure upgrades in the future, and happy to, but our budget stretches, as we know, so, yeah.
With that, any other... sorry, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I'd like to support this concept that has been put up. I had the advantage with Councillors McDonald and McMahon, might have been others, of recently visiting that site, and it really is breathtaking. It's beyond comparison, really. And I just hope that it does get off the ground. I point out that the council, if it agrees to this motion today, will be making a very significant contribution to this museum, and that will form a major part of the cost of the concept down the track. I would have thought it was primarily a federal government responsibility, bearing in mind the approach that they are making, as I understand it, the federal government tied in with the work that's currently being done on the National Museum, while it's being under reconstruction. Whilst the state does, of course, have a role to play in museums generally, this is a military museum, which I would hope that the federal government will come to the party, and the amount of money required is in that proportion. It really is a large amount of money that's required. I'm pleased that the council can make its significant contribution. I don't know whether there is any idea of the value of the land that's being proposed here, but if I could have some indication of that, that would be good, but certainly don't require a valuation to be obtained or anything of that nature. But I think the ratepayers probably would be interested to know what our contribution is worth in today's dollars.
I'll provide some comment, Councillor Shine. I'd be relying on my memory from when we purchased the property some 10 or 12 years ago, so I prefer not to do that here now and go on the record. I'd be happy to provide that advice to councillors. We'd be able to obtain the advice of what we paid for the property, the entire 52 hectares. We would also have some advice about what we've paid for recent purchases in the vicinity. And that would give an indication of what council's contribution was there. And I think it's probably fair to say that what we paid for the property when we acquired it, the bulk of the value is probably in this part of the land because the rest of it's undevelopable and not necessarily usable for.
Okay, so comfortable with that, Councillor Shine. So I do have a mover and a seconder. If there's no further comment or question, we'll go to the votes. It was moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor, so that the recommendation there in front of you that about council providing in principle support. Those in favour? Passed unanimously. Councillors, move to item 8 on the agenda, Public Art Reference Group Highfields Library Project. GM Nick.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, I think this one's just a formality. We'd previously appointed Councillors McMahon and O'Hara Sullivan to this particular PARG. At an information session, there was some conversation about that, and it was identified that additional councillor representation would assist to represent the broader community views, and it was requested that Councillors Summerfield and Shine be added to the PARG. The way PARGs are appointed required decisions of council, so this report's merely a formality to tidy that up and formalise that PARG's composition. And I'm aware that there was a meeting last week or the week before where all councillors were involved in that meeting, so it's just ticking the box, I hope.
Okay, so thanks, Nick. Any question, comment? Someone like to move the item? Yeah, Councillor McMahon, seconded by Mayor Antonio. Those in favour? Passed unanimously. Councillors, we now move to an adjournment. So can I get a motion to adjourn the Environment and Community? Councillor Vonhoff, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Right, we'll resume at the end of the Finance and Business Strategy. Over to you, Councillor McDonald.
For 10 minutes.
Shine will move.
Have someone to move that. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Motion's carried. We'll resume then in 10 minutes, so it'll be 20 past 10. Welcome back to committee meetings. This is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting for August, and I acknowledge the Mayor, councillors, particularly acknowledge Portfolio Lead Councillor Kerry Shine. I also acknowledge, it's acting up here, Acting CEO Arun and Acting General Manager. Thank you very much indeed, Anne-Marie, for you being here. It's also the International Day of Youth today, which I thought Councillor O'Shea might have picked up on. We'll keep that in mind as well as we work through the day. Tim picked up on it, did he? Councillor McMahon? No? Okay. Councillors, this is an open meeting to the public, and therefore we welcome the thousands that are watching via live stream. I'd also like to thank everyone else that's in the room today, and for your participation. We'll hear from some of those officers presenting shortly. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. There are no apologies today, councillors, and we move directly on to item number 3, which is the operational plan Q4. This is, of course, rounds out the operational plans for the 1920 years, therefore influence to these plans is limited. However, you will know that we spent considerable time formulating the operational plan for 2020-2021, and you will have noticed some of those that may well be well above target have already been attended to in the new plan for 2021. We do have Rosie Bugg here. Rosie is the principal of this area of council, Principal of Service Improvements. And Rosie, if you wouldn't mind just talking to the report, mentioning a few highlights, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors, and I acknowledge the General Managers and staff in the room today. Today I present the 2019-20 Full Year Operational Plan Progress Report and the final report for the financial year. It's important that we acknowledge that the operational plan forms part of our corporate performance management and is directly linked to the delivery of our 2019-2024 corporate plan. The corporate plan also forms part of our promise to our community, being our goals, people, place, sustainability, prosperity and performance. The final result in the operational plan also informs the annual report. The results for 2019-20 are a suitable result given the challenges that we experienced during the 2019-20 year, with 99% of actions on track or monitor. As a result of Council's agility and their ability to focus on responding to our community's needs, we have seen some of our KPIs as off track. However, off track doesn't always mean a bad thing. It might just mean that our priority or our response has been different to our initial target. A strong result for actions is supported by our internal KPIs, which should still be continuously monitored. As always, I acknowledge the officers in compiling the report, but also the delivery of the strategic activities, business as usual and projects that are listed in our some 219 actions and 469 KPIs that are delivered in the financial year. I also acknowledge the General Managers are here this morning to answer any specific questions regarding their areas of business. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Rosie. Councillors, any questions or comments that you have in regard to the operational plan? As I said earlier, this is the final report for plan for 2019-20. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Are we going to go through plan by plan with General Manager by General Manager, or do you want to address this as just open slather? How would you roll?
Well, given that it is the final report for last year, happy to go open slather. The General Managers are here. If there's particular questions that need answering, we can certainly call the General Managers forward. Did you have?
I do. So I will start with, I'll start, I suppose, with the environment and community, if I might.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you, Nick. So, councillors, I refer to page 404 of 714 on board books. This is the page 65 of 216 on the actual operational progress report. Fire management. So we've got a progress of 75% there when we're talking about prepare and implement individual prescribed burn plans as agreed and discussed at Toowoomba LGA Fire Managers Forum. Then the comments for the performance for not meeting that target is all burn plans have been prepared. However, prevailing weather conditions have resulted in 3 of the 5 burns planned for June not being able to be achieved. These have been postponed, stage for later in July, August 2020, weather permitting, and then since then we know that there's been rain, so we can expect to see that those won't have taken place. So, Nick, is it the case that in the last, say, 3 to 5 years, we've ever reached 100% of those prepare and implement individual prescribed burn plans?
Thank you, Councillor Vonhoff. I'd probably need to go back and have a look at some of those. We are invariably met with those same weather challenges. So I think this season's probably been wetter than previously, but it's not just rain that impacts things, it's prevailing weather conditions and everything else. It's 100% achievement is a really challenging target, and we're probably almost setting ourselves up to fail because we are at the whim of those prevailing weather conditions at the particular time. I think what we do have control of is the preparation of the plans to conduct the burns, and so this year we've seen those be prepared well in advance of the upcoming fire season, so that we were ready and able to respond as soon as conditions were favourable, which is an improvement on where we've been in the past. That's not to say we didn't have those plans ready. We did, but they were ready probably just in time, not well in advance. So I think that's an improvement that we've seen with some extra focus that's been applied.
Thank you. I think that, as you said, we do run into this problem, and I would hope that the answer isn't to reduce the progress KPI, but to change our planning. And I know that we're getting a report back at the end of this prescribed burn season, and I would hope that that's the opportunity for us, because we keep running into this problem that we've got this small window of opportunity to do our burns, and it's such a critical window, and then we get a little bit of rain in week 1 of June, and then that knocks out 4 weeks. Or we get a little bit of rain halfway through July, and that knocks out the next few weeks, and on it goes. And so, to my mind, I think the solution is getting that advice on shifting the window earlier in the year. And we do hear some people talking about particular vegetation that can be burnt as early as February, March. And in so doing, we'd be doubling part of our burn window. So I think that looking at this, understanding that the weather is the prohibiting factor, that's something that we consider in that report that comes back to council in the next few months, that how do we do things differently next year and for the future, so that we're not in that same position, because we are at the mercy of weather. So what can we do to open that window a little bit further? When we know we can't bump it later in the year, so the only real thing that we can do is open it sooner in the year, and maybe February, March, April is when we actually start to look at particular vegetation. Thank you.
I agree with those comments, and certainly it's been the conversations I've had with the team. The particular burns that we had identified this year were being assessed as their suitability as early as March, and they weren't conducive to fire at that particular time. I think in recent years, you're correct, the window at the end of the season hasn't been available to us, but that's not to say it won't be all the time. Like, it's probably unlikely, but, perhaps we can extend into September under the right conditions. I think maybe the other challenge with the way we're looking at the particular reporting of this is looking at the window ending in June. So we've got a reporting period here until June 30, when the window's not
June 30.
It's August. So we've said we've completed, we've done 2 of 5. at the end of June, and we've given ourselves 75%, but maybe 2 or 5 is all that was reasonable to achieve, and the others are to happen in July and August, and so they should be being reported in the next quarter. So we mightn't have broken our thinking across the financial years. We're stuck on this operational financial year reporting metric, but I absolutely agree with you. We need to look at what can we do earlier, if at all possible.
And your point, though, is a good one as well, about having that nimbleness and the flexibility to respond if in a particular season we can actually keep going beyond September. Fantastic. Let's set our plans so that we have that flexibility in them. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, at the September quarter, or after the September, you may have some more details on the July-August opportunities mentions in there. So
Yeah, we do have the same KPI, a similar KPI, and activity continues year on year, so we will be reporting against September progress. So.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Councillor Summerfield?
Mr Chair, I just wonder whether we shouldn't go through these portfolios individually, because I've got questions for Nick, but I've got questions for all over the place, and I think we could end up with general managers up and down, but I'm happy to ask Nick his questions, my questions for him now, if that works for you.
That'd be great, yep.
Thank you. So, Nick, I'm just wondering, on page 384, the elk shell collection, why have we got to send 2 cases with 2 people down to Tasmania for the necklaces?
We had a.
I thought that was...
We actually had an information session on that.
Just what page is that, Councillor Summerfield? What page is that?
Collection 384, but part of the collection is going in 2 suitcases with 1 person per suitcase down to Tasmania, and I'm just curious as to why.
I'd need to check what the requirement is there around security of that collection as it travels.
Well, my concern is, why is it going down there more than...
Yeah, so this was a council decision from last year, if I recall, the repatriation of the part of the Alki shell collection back to Tasmania and the Tasmanian Gallery.
Oh, so we're giving it to the...
Yes,
they're not going down there for repairs or something?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So then on page 409, staff trained in security awareness is 0. Was there a reason for that?
That was a resourcing issue. Our officer that would undertake that left the organisation and hasn't yet been replaced.
So that'll be addressed. So 410, the camera trailer. I'm just wondering what the process is for booking that and people using it, because I know that a number of our waste facilities that don't have CCTV, that have issues with people leaving the gate open and that sort of thing, could actually utilise that trailer. So I'm wondering whether there's promotion of it throughout the branches, or what the process is for booking it so that it gets full use?
Yeah, look, there should be. There is an internal process that's been developed, and all the GMs are here and aware of the availability of that. It's been discussed on many occasions, but we can do some more to promote it and make sure that everybody's aware of its capacity and availability. There's
road litter hotspots as well?
Yep. So there's an internal booking process that's been developed. It's been quite popular. Like, there's been lots of inquiry. It was off the road for a little bit for repairs and maintenance. Something was that something didn't work for us. So it's not a case of it not being deployed because people don't know about it. It was off the road for repairs, or there was some issue with it.
It's only had over 50% use.
Yeah, it was out of action. It was, unfortunately. That's all been fixed now.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Nick, Councillor Summerfield? Okay. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I was just going to mention that we also, I think we use it sometimes on our work sites. We've had a lot of things stolen from overnight workshops, and I'm not sure, it might have been vandalised, was it?
I can't remember what happened to it, but it was out of action for some reason. I'd need to revisit that.
Okay. Councillor Shine?
Thanks, Chair. Just following on Councillor Von Hoff's questions in relation to the fire burns, I noticed that in 2019 it was too dry, and 2020 it's apparently too wet. It's always going to have one or other of those circumstances, and the opportunity to do any fire burning seems to me to be limited in our planning. This winter has been better in terms of rainfall than last, but it hasn't been extraordinarily wet either. Is there a what is the plan in relation to burning this year, this season? In the preparation, it says July, which is gone, and August, which is nearly half gone, and you have the exhibition wins probably earlier this week and probably next week as well. So, you know, are there any specific plans for completing the all of the 5 proposed burns? And could you tell us which ones have been done and which ones are yet to be done in terms of description of area where they are?
So it's hoped that we get favourable conditions now that gets a curing of the grass. So we're hoping for some frost and cooler weather, and you know, we would be able to get the fire to carry and achieve the hazard reduction that we're looking for. It has been too wet, and I appreciate you say it doesn't feel like we've had that much rain, but it doesn't take much to make it so that the fire won't carry. They say hope's not a strategy, and it's not. But when it comes to relying on weather, it's kind of it has a big influence. But notwithstanding, my comments remain in relation to, you know, looking to extend that season. Can we be nimble and ready to start earlier and extend later? In terms of those that we've completed, there was 5 to be done. There was John Trousdale Park at Cotswold Hills, which was completed. There's one at Redwood Park, which hasn't yet been able to be undertaken. And I can't remember off the top of my head what the other 3 were, Councillor Shine, but I can very easily get my hands on that information and share it with councillors as to what the plans were. It's been circulated before, but I can do that again, what's planned and what's been done, and I can get an update on the current weather. But of course we had wet weather again late last week, so it's becoming increasingly difficult.
Okay, but in summary though, there's only been one burn on the escarpment itself.
Don't know that we've done any burns on the escarpment. I think it was Cotswold Hills where we achieved our burn. I'd need to double check.
So the Redwood one was
not done.
Not
done yet.
Right.
I think it's important to know, I just want to take the opportunity too to say that prescribed burning and hazard reduction isn't the only tool that's available to us to address fire risk. You know, we do a lot of other vegetation management. We maintain a large network of fire trails. We maintain large fire buffer zones where we can. We have other infrastructure in place, such as pumps and water tanks and so on and so forth. And, you know, they're there to help us really in the preparation works. They're, you know, the small pumps and water tanks aren't going to be much good to us in the case of a wildfire, other than to light a back burning operation from. But it's not the only tool in our toolkit. It is a very, very effective one, but it's not the only one.
Thank you, Nick.
Councillor, you're comfortable there, Councillor Shine?
I am, thank you.
Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nick. My comment or my question is to Nick, but I suppose any of the general managers, just that I'm very aware some of the meetings we've been in, and without sort of can of worms, that we sort of overpromise and then underdeliver most years, and then the Chronicle picks up on it. And certainly in the past term of council, I was you know, in the lounge chair at home reading about how we don't achieve our capital works targets often, or as often as we'd like. And I'm just noticing that we've got some great works going on in the escarpment up there, but they're, according to this report, well behind schedule, and our capital works programs aren't being, so I suppose, delivered as they've been planned to be. And COVID's a very legitimate excuse, but I suppose, and not to just yourself, Nick, but to anyone who may be able to help, what we're doing to make sure our capital works are delivered under guidelines. Is that an easy question to answer?
I'll have a go. I think you know, I'd like to say we always set out to deliver what we say we're going to deliver. It's never our intent to under-deliver on those items. This year was an extraordinary year, I think, in terms of delivery. The Escarpment Parks project is a really good example of that, and I've spoken before about we went to tender on the design and construct of the lookout and didn't receive any tenders. So it's hard to construct something without a company to do it for you. We subsequently followed up then with direct invitations to quote and have now engaged somebody, but again, contract negotiations were delayed because of COVID hitting right at the point we were trying to enter those things, and we needed to protect both council's interests but also our suppliers' interests. But in terms of your broader question about, what do we do to ensure delivery, a lot of detailed planning goes into programming and scheduling of our capital works programs and aligning resources to that program so that we have confidence that it's realistic and achievable. So a lot of work goes into that. But for unforeseen circumstances, I believe that we would have delivered that program this year. But those unforeseen circumstances hit us. I think there's still plenty of improvement and refinement to be made. I feel as though we don't always allow enough time in our program. So when we start to make commitments about when it's going to be completed, sometimes we haven't allowed for those unforeseen circumstances and contingencies in that, and we cut things pretty fine. So it's about the experience that we're developing as project managers and deliverers of those capital works programs around what's realistic, and I think we're getting a lot closer to that, and I believe that if not for COVID and lack of companies available to do the work for us, we would have achieved pretty close to that target.
Yeah, no, great answer, and thank you for your work. It was by no means a criticism, but thanks so much for the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Nick. As councillors, we are very familiar with brickbats and bouquets, and I think that in your instance, the depot, following on from Councillor McMahon's question, is such an excellent example that as an organisation we should be striving toward, and that is meticulous, accurate costings and then delivery. And that's very hard to do. And so when it does happen, that should just be really pointed out for how hard it is, and congratulations on delivering that.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and I'll be sure to pass that on to the team. There was a great team of people working on that, led by our principal project manager, Lindsay Jobling. So Lindsay deserves a lot of credit for that, and I'll be sure to pass it on. And you might have an opportunity yourself on Thursday when we have the official opening to pass that on. So he's done a fabulous job. And I've got to say, it probably didn't always look as though we would achieve that outcome. Unforeseen things get thrown our way throughout that project too, and we respond and we adapt, and we were successful with that one.
And fantastic local content as well. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And Nick, both ISG and Environment and Community have been affected by the flood event all over the area that we had in February, which has been a bit of a hassle for particularly for ISG. But I'm looking at page 70 of 216 with the participate in the development of a draft community safety and crime prevention action plan based on the outcomes of the STRP Health and Safety Survey, never started due to resourcing. Was that council resourcing, or were we looking at outside? Okay, so will still be in the strategy. It's just and it'll wait until we can have some funds to put towards it.
Yeah, that's correct, and it's the same resource that answered Councillor Summerfield's question about the training, security awareness training.
Thank you.
So we lost a resource and
haven't
yet replaced it. So that's still on the agenda to be done. We're not.
No, that's good, and as Rosie has pointed out here, it doesn't always mean that sometimes the targets that have been sent are probably just not actually correct. As you've mentioned about the burning, finishes at the end of June, but it goes on for July and August. So really, somehow, financial year doesn't fit that. Doesn't fit the purpose if you're looking at what you achieve that season, because that's what it is. It's a season.
And that's true. I think in this particular circumstance, we did have plan to have it completed, but it was contingent and reliant on having available resource, and when it was lost, it...
Okay, thank you. I understand that. I just think that that's really important to have the draft safety and crime prevention.
Definitely, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any other, sorry, yes, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine's more a broader question directed to General Manager Anne-Marie around the, as I cast my eye across the dashboard here, system that we use, my observation is that, yep, there's particularly the red crosses in the dashboard. Some of that's due to a downturn due to COVID. Some of it's resourcing, and some of it's, and there may be other areas, but as I glance across, some of it is around deferral of projects into the next financial year, 2021 year. That's always going to be a timing issue, some of those red crosses on a dashboard. I get that. I guess my key question would be around resourcing. It's probably to you, Mr. CEO, Arun. The prioritisation, that process that we go through around delivering on a budget, how do all the priorities get sorted around, or how is it approached on a resourcing basis? Is there a weighting on the amount of outcome that is delivered due to a project, or a service that is provided across the organisation, or how do we... Because resourcing is always, as we know, a continual issue for us. So how do we move forward with that? Because there are numbers of them that are resourcing issues here around staff. So either one of you, perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you're aware from March this year, so for the final 4 months of the financial year, we had a freeze on recruitment due to COVID-19. So that certainly impacted our programme delivery across the organisation. We do, particularly in the operations plan, set ourselves stretch targets. So we don't look at what we've done 1 year and immediately set the same target and make it easily achievable. We look at how we can do better, so continuous improvement. We look at what we actually deliver, and ways that we can do it better. Certainly with our capital programme, which I think you're specifically referring to, we have put several measures in place this current financial year, including an overarching steering group to ensure that we are measuring and monitoring that programme delivery, particularly the $50 million pandemic response, that we are very closely monitoring the delivery of that programme to ensure that, number one, we deliver it, and number two, we deliver it the way we said we would do it, and that is engaging local suppliers wherever possible.
Would you like some more added to that answer? You're happy with that?
Just the resourcing here, there are many and varied functions across a local government entity. In services, goods and products, however you want to say that, are delivered through many different business units across council. It's a juggling act, and I get the targets, but there are some probably, there are fairly obvious ones that could generate outcomes, better outcomes down the track if we focused resourcing on some of those, and that they may not necessarily be front of house functions. They often are, but how do we, I mean, that's the dilemma we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Councillor. And look, just in support or some additional comments to the General Manager's comment, you know, and you've asked about a broader story, a broader picture, if you like, in terms of resourcing and performance for the organisation. And as you can see from the operational plan, the report says that we've done pretty well when it comes to the performance of the organisation based on what we originally considered at the beginning of the financial year. Now, with resourcing, as you've quite rightly said, it's a balancing act, and we've used that term just in the last 24 hours on some other items as well. It's a balancing act of understanding what it is not only that we would like to do or we are expected to do, whether that be through community consultation or just the expectation of local governments nowadays, but our ability to deliver on it within the resource boundaries that we are confronted with. Now, as Council is aware, not only have we identified that there is you can only do what we can afford to do, and that we have budget constraints like any other business, and a large business like this has a large budget constraint and a target that we've identified, and Council is aware of what that number actually is. So one of the resourcing options that we have is to recognise that that is a real constraint to us, and to modify our plans and offer to you for consideration plans that can be delivered within that resourcing constraint, which means an acceptance within the operations of the business that that's what we have. We don't have more than that, we have this, which means we may reset the services that we will deliver, whether that be the level of service or the quantum of those services that we would deliver, whether that be a project, a capital project, or an operational project, or an initiative. So I think there is a change management mindset that is permeating not throughout just Toowoomba Regional Council, but local government sector more broadly, that from to achieve sustainability, you've got to recognise and truly recognise you can only do with and deliver with within the constraints that you have. And you know, what's contributed to that in the past has been, you know, the withdrawal of state funding, particularly for major capital works or infrastructure works, and that's had a lasting impact on all local governments, and Toowoomba Regional Council is no different. In terms of prioritisation, I won't go through the project prioritisation model, because I know Council is completely aware of it, but that's really where we set the order of things at the time of setting the budget.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. I think it's us to remind ourselves of a helicopter view around an operational budget. There are lots of things we could talk about, but thank you for your explanation. We're mindful of that more strategic view, and as you say, truly recognise and acknowledge the stuff we can do and can't do, and be able to advocate that and manage expectations across all sectors of our organisation and the community, more importantly, and deliver where we possibly can the best possible outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. I guess my comment on there, page 8, you'll see in the CEO's report, talks about the lead the implementation of an organisational strategic function and functional service delivery review program, which basically is SDR. And although we've had a little bump in the road with COVID, one could say, it certainly hit its target. So I would suggest to you that fair bit of the work that you've spoken about is well and truly underway, and those results will be coming back to this boardroom in the very foreseeable future. Councillor Vonhoff. No. Did you have something? Oh. Councillor Carl was the last. Any more questions for General Manager Nick? Councillor Shine? No more for... We'll leave... Okay, well, Nick, did you want to add anything more with your group? Any highlights or anything?
No, I'll escape while I'm still intact.
Okay, good on you. Thank you. Probably a heads up for other GMs when we work through this in September, that will give each GM an opportunity to actually talk to the operational plan during this presentation as well, so that we get a good view, both the highlights and areas for improvement. So there's a bit of a heads up for September or October when that comes through. We will backtrack, and I'll take on board Councillor Summerfield's comments and Councillor Vonhoff, and go back to the CEO summary, if you wouldn't mind, Acting CEO. If you can, I've mentioned one of the highlights that certainly struck my attention, and there's a couple of others that I'll add as well. But if you'd like to just make comment first, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Chair. Look, a couple of things, if I could, on behalf of the CEO. With regard to the performance for the last financial year, there's a number of items I'll call out, but I'll leave probably what I regard as the most important one till very last. Look, I'll start with, and you'll see there either amber lights to attract our attention, or in fact, red crosses are the ones that I've selected. But I'll start with business continuity planning as an amber light. Look, as you'd be aware, the Risk and Audit Committee, and there's a report later on in this session, had identified some time ago that it's incumbent upon us as a large organisation, complex organisation, to have in place a business continuity plan and embed that within the organisation. There have been significant steps forward where that's concerned, but it's not yet completed. So that's something that really that we're continuing to focus upon. So I just wanted to point that one out. The sustainability strategy, with a focus particularly on water security. Now, Council, you'd be aware, even in the last couple of weeks, that there's been a number of council information sessions, reports, presentations by internal staff and external expertise on a strategy to further water security within the Toowoomba Regional Council area. So that, in my mind, is well progressed also, but not yet complete, hence the amber light. Project management, it was called out earlier on just now with regard to the depot. Certainly the project management framework, which was developed several years ago, is really finding its way into the day-to-day operations of this business. That is, general managers, principals and coordinators are really beginning to understand just exactly what is necessary and what should be applied from that framework when developing and delivering significant operational or capital works programs. So that is definitely a step forward for the organisation where previously that didn't exist. But again, not necessarily completed just yet. And I think that's an example of continuous improvement. Customer experience is another thing that was highlighted to me when reading through the reports. There is no doubt that we receive very, very positive feedback through community surveys or customer surveys that the front of house, our customer service branch, does a terrific job. It achieves most, if not all, of its KPIs on a monthly basis, and which is reported to Council in the group monthly report, as you'd be aware. What we need to continue to do and continue to focus on is that when calls or interactions are of such a complex nature that they're back of house, if you like, so leaves the customer service branch and goes into other areas of the organisation, that the same level of service or standard of service is applied into those areas of the business as well. That remains for us further opportunity for improvement. It's not at all a criticism of the back of office. It's just reflective of we need to permeate the entire business with that customer service branch ethos, if you like. The community survey was another one that stood out for me. It certainly was an improvement, or is an improvement, but only a very slight improvement on what the 2017 survey was. We set ourselves a target of a 5% increase. I think we achieved, a 2% increase, and I think it was about a 0.5% from memory reading last night. So yes, there was an improvement, but it didn't improve to the standard that we would like. As you'd be aware, we're going to go into another survey very shortly, and we'll endeavour to build upon that. Having said that, though, we're operating within the boundaries and the expectations of our peers where that's concerned. It's just that we've set ourselves a target to be above that of our tiers. So we're setting our sights higher, and we'll do our utmost to achieve that the next time around. Again, intergroup innovation strategy was another a standout for me. I think it was a red cross, and it's simply not done. That document hasn't been prepared. It was one that slipped off the, didn't slip off the radar, it just resourcing and our prioritisation meant that that one wasn't achieved, and there's no other explanation other than to own up and say that that one hasn't been achieved, but it'll be on the agenda for this financial year. Council, that probably brings me to probably the most significant of all in my mind as far as the organisation is concerned, and which sits under the office of the CEO, but is relevant to all of us, and that is the culture of our organisation. And as you'd be aware, it's been a very topical issue in recent times, mainly because we understand, like all businesses, we want to improve the culture within our organisation. I can't help but have this thought about how do I reconcile that the performance of the organisation is quite good, is really good, in fact, based on the operational plan outcomes overall. But we want an organisational culture that is an improvement on what is the current state, no different to most other businesses. So that leads me to where we are at this point in time. As you'd be aware, culture actually sits as almost sandwiched between two things. On top of it sits leadership, and below that sits performance. And as I've just mentioned, performance seems to be okay, which means if we are to improve on our culture, we really need to target leadership. And leadership is incumbent on all of us, irrespective of where we are in the organisation, as you'd be aware. But of course, I think the old adage that leadership starts at the top is absolutely applicable in local government. So with that, our focus, and it has commenced, is to focus on the leadership components within the combined leadership team, which is the managers and the general manager and CEO level in the first instance. That is, transition ourselves from more management to L, leadership. So change CMT, Combined Management Team, to the Combined Leadership Team. So introduce that L. And what does that look like? What behaviours, values need to change in order to deliver upon that? Because if we obviously get the leadership right, the culture will follow, and performance will also follow as well. So there's been a change in our approach, and that's in its infancy at the moment, as recently as yesterday, through conversations with the relevant stakeholders internally and externally on how to make that work. So to me, culture trumps everything at this stage, but to attack culture or to focus on culture means we need to focus on leadership in the first instance. So they're probably the summary highlights and culminating in what I consider is one of the most important things within that report at this stage. I'm happy to take any further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Arun. Thank you so much, Arun. And as I say and continue to say, and I agree wholeheartedly, leadership sets culture. So if we look at page 349 of 714 on board books, which is on the report, page 11 of 216, I think my eyes are going, yep. Even with contacts in. I'm looking at that very top action, drive positive corporate culture and innovation across the organisation whilst ensuring appropriate governance arrangements are in place. So I've got a few questions with this, if I might, Mr. Chair. The first is a clarification. That progress of 80%, Arun, can you explain, does that relate to the milestone of develop and lead a multifaceted and inclusive organisational culture strategy and conduct the pulse survey, or does that 80% relate to the broader action?
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the overall. Sorry, Rosie, you were going to say the action. So, I'll tell you where we are with this culture, and then I'll get Rosie to answer the question about the actual target and what it relates to. Councillors, we've set as a response to the last staff survey a number of initiatives. and they're outlined in this operational report. And it includes the development of, 4 key working groups: leadership, engagement, respect, and trust. So there's a number of key elements that are being worked upon at this stage. But sitting at the centre, in my mind, is that leadership component. And so there may not necessarily be 4 separate projects, but rather one, leadership, and those other things are ancillary to it. So the marking, or the target in this case, is the number of, or the progress against those working group outcomes, and the introduction of other initiatives, like spending a day working in your shoes, for example, where general managers go and side by side with various workers, employees and team members that make up the Toowoomba Regional Council, and really understand just exactly what their day-to-day life is, and to contribute it from that perspective. So there's a whole range of these initiatives associated with those 4 working groups. So it's at that level. What we're seeing at the moment is, while they're very, very positive outcomes, and they are absolutely worthwhile and will continue to do that stuff. They're very favourable responses. Is it changing our leadership? Is it changing our mindset towards leadership? So to me, that target is only representative of those, or that framework that's been set now. What my suggestion to you is, and what we're working on now, is that framework needs to be expanded to take on even more, but focus on the leadership component.
Rosie, would you like to just comment on the measure for us?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Von Hoff. So the result of 80% for milestone 4816, which you referenced on page 11, is for that milestone. Then there is a milestone below that, which is a 30% achievement, and then the combine of that provides us an action result of 55%.
Thank you. That's answered that question. Thank you. So then the next question then is back to Arun as acting CEO. That milestone references the mid-assessment pulse survey results. So broadly speaking, are the results of that pulse survey seen as an improvement or not?
No, they're not an improvement. The pulse survey was an improvement on the prior result.
And so if it's not an improvement, I understand then that the progress of 80% is simply about conducting. It's not about the results and measuring the benefit and the implementation of strategy. So my next question then is, can we expect that pulse survey to be made public?
My understanding, and I think this question has been raised previously, that it isn't to be made public at this stage. I'm reflecting on comments made by the CEO in the past, unless someone else can correct me, but that's my understanding at this point.
And can you explain the rationale behind that decision at all?
So,
I know you're acting at the moment, Arun, but if there's been conversations to explain that.
So, in my mind, councillors, in my experience in the past with staff surveys, it's really an internal management tool, an internal document, if you like, a framework or a plan on what sets the organisation's direction in the future when it comes to improvement in culture, service delivery, a range of things that are important to the organisation. In terms of whether or not that's of public interest, in my experience has been that it hasn't been, rather that the public interest is in the performance of the organisation, which I mentioned earlier on, based on the results of the operational plan and capital delivery in the past, etc., has met the expectations. If you were to take the community survey results as a measure, has met that expectation. So to answer your question, In the past, my experience is it isn't a matter of public interest internally at this stage, but rather whether or not the culture can be improved to further improve performance, which is a matter of public interest.
Okay, thank you. And then the final two, which are somewhat related because we're looking at the past and then the future. What minor elements have been implemented? It's referenced here. Minor elements of draft integrated organisational cultural strategy have been implemented. So what are those minor elements? Maybe if there's a lot, just the top one or two. Mm-hmm. And then what are the additional strategies under development? Again, just the top headline one or two, please.
Councillor, can I take that on notice for the moment and get back to you with those details? I'll be sitting behind as work papers through this, but I have to admit I won't be able to answer that question just yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hang on a minute. Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff, for those questions. It just occurred to me around the staff survey that conversation has been had before around that, and my recollection was that staff were confidentially giving of information, and therefore it was an internal document. However, the community survey that's done is obviously a public document, which will be done later on this year. That's my recollection of why that reason was. Any other questions for Acting CEO? Councillor McMahon, and then Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps a comment, an interesting one that I suppose reflects my thoughts at the moment. Thank you for your comments around leadership and the staff survey, and, you know, leadership starts at the top, but I see CEOs and GMs taking a lot of the brunt of this. And I suppose my comment is that the strategic arm of council also plays a big part in council culture and organisation culture, and it's an interesting position where we sit, whose job is often to disagree with each other or ask tough questions of staff members, or someone from staff has spent, in some cases, years working on a project that results in a raise of hands from us. And I just acknowledge that we around this table play a huge role in how we perceive to treat staff, how we do treat staff, and that staff culture is everyone's business. And I look forward to trying to get that partnership working really well within this 4-year term, because I think it's as much the business around this table as it is the business of CEOs and GMs. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment.
I agree totally. There you go, Ron. Was that a comment more so than anything, Councillor McMahon? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Summerfield then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the culture and wellbeing of our staff, I think, is the forefront of everyone's mind in this room. And councillors have asked for a workshop or a briefing to come forward so that we could progress, given that the second survey was no improvement from the 2018 survey, that we would actually workshop how we progress, getting changes happening within the organisation so that we do improve, that our staff are in a safer environment. So I'm just wondering how we can progress that, given that there's been a couple of requests now for that workshop to occur. Just wondering, based on this, the results in this report, that we could possibly get that to happen?
Certainly, Councillor Nancy. Look, as I mentioned before, as recently as yesterday, in terms of dirtying the page of not only what are we going to continue to do that have been worthwhile, initiatives that have been worthwhile in the last 12 to 18 months, but what we're going to do in addition to that, and that's certainly the conversation that we want to bring to the councillors. Again, reflecting on Councillor Tim's comment, the relationship between the elected members as the board and the officers as the implementers of your policy and your strategy is absolutely imperative. So please be assured that we will arrange something very shortly.
That's it, Councillor Summerfield. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the Acting CEO? Other questions for Acting CEO? I would like to mention one area, and that's of great positivity in picking up on well-being and wellness of Councillor Summerfield's comment, and it's on page 7 of the report, and it's talking about council maintaining its safety accreditation and being awarded the Local Government Mutual Excellent Award in Risk Management. And I think if there was ever a time that we needed to be very conscious of the safety of staff, it's in times when things get a bit tough in our community. So I wanted to point that one out as a positive for this organisation. We've heard plenty of areas of improvement, but to see that being maintained and be awarded, I think that's very important indeed. The other area I'd like to call out is on page 9, and it's around the customer requests. It'd be interesting for the community to know that in the last financial year we had 104,592 customer requests. That's a lot of requests in anyone's language. And by the end of July, end of June, there were only 1,380 requests that were not met in that time, which is an extraordinary performance, really, given the changes in our business that have occurred over the last 4 months to achieve that. I think it's worth calling out as well. So thank you, Acting CEO. Nick's finished his report. Thank you, Nick. Acting General Manager Finance and Business, Anne-Marie, would you like to make any opening remarks, Anne-Marie, before we go to questions?
I'm happy to take questions, councillors.
Happy to take questions or comments, councillors. Any questions or comments for the Acting CEO? We've got Councillor Shine and Councillor Summerfield. Thank you, Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Chair, can I refer you to page 443, item ending in 609, which has the red or X against it, and it's in the ICT area, and it refers to additional projects that have been undertaken. Just wondering what the implications of that input of work or extra work has been.
Thank you, Councillor. So as you've indicated there, we've got a cross against that achievement where, in fact, the branch delivered 10 projects with a target of 4. And the reason that would be a cross is the implications of the planning around that. So if we planned, we would have the resources in place to deliver those 4 projects. So what it means for the organisation with greater demands put on the operational area, so that would mean that perhaps business as usual tasks would not be delivered or would be delivered later than scheduled. And also the impact on our staff and resources in the area, so they may not be able to take leave as scheduled or working additional hours to deliver projects over and above. So, you know, you could say it's a good result looking at 10 projects delivered when 4 was anticipated, but there are certainly implications around that, and that's part of what the Service Delivery and Sustainability team will be reviewing incidents exactly like this one.
Thank you. Could I,
Follow up, Councillor Shine? Yep.
follow up to
Different one, okay.
in the section of organisational development, page 448, ending in 084, it's referring to the Pulse survey. I'm just wondering what the target will be for the November survey.
So I spoke earlier on about stretch targets, and we have set ourselves a target for 80% for the full. That's the full survey which will be delivered in November. So that involves extensive resources throughout the community, particularly engaging with our external workforce, where they're predominantly paper-based survey results. So our pod team will go out and ensure we get maximum engagement with completing that survey. So we've set ourselves a target of 80% there.
Thank you.
That's it, Councillor. You make a good point about the Red Cross. It's always been an interesting one, Rosie, for me, as you recall, around more is better or less is better, and that was obviously of equal is better, probably, for that one. It's an interesting one. Councillor Summerfield?
Mr Chair, it is interesting. So, Anne-Marie, on page 88, or 428 in board books, it mentions the percentage supplier with current insurance certificates recorded. Only 1,238 of the 2523 actually have insurance certificates, and I wondered whether we're exposed in any way there.
So thank you, Councillor. So you would be aware where Council is moving towards centralised procurement. So where our procurement is centralised, we will ensure that the insurance certificates are in place before any engagement takes place. So where there is an issue around non-compliance, it's usually outside of the centralised process. So we're working very hard to bring that one in line. And we've got a team working specifically around ensuring that compliant area.
Right, thank you.
It's a very good point, though, Councillor Summerfield, because it's another one of those education pieces that the procurement team can do when talking with, holding education sessions, I guess, whether it's with chambers of commerce or progress associations, about doing business with council, because we're only one local government that they could actually do business with, so it's a good point. Any other questions for Anne-Marie? No other questions for Anne-Marie. I guess I wanted to just highlight one area, and perhaps Rosie, this is a question for you around the targets, and I refer to page 116 of the report, which is around stakeholder engagement and communication, and obviously given the last 4 months, there may well have been a lot more communication and engagement, but the numbers seem extraordinary as far as a target to what's been achieved. And we'll put that up on the screen there, will we, Wendy? Is that okay to do that? Do you know what it's page 100? Anyway, for those that are watching it, it's page 116 of the report. And you'll see the numbers there, which are extraordinary. 130,000 followers across 14 social media channels. But the enormous amount of people that are going on the website and the views and what have you, and the numbers just seem extraordinary. 240,000 target for numbers of page views on the website, and there's 3.5 million. And then the next one down, which is social media engagements, target of 48,000 and 114,000. I guess the question is, it's a green tick, and obviously more is better in this case, but I'm just wondering whether those targets in the next plan may well have been in the 2021 have been revised, or perhaps it's something we should do in September, October.
Thank you for your question and comment regards to those targets. So having looked at the 2021 operational plan, those targets have remained the same. However, through the actuals and the review, we will be certainly recommending an increase to those targets and reviewing whether those increases have occurred just over the last few months, where we've seen a transition to virtual or online content, or whether it has been a continuous growth over the few years, and we should in fact be reflecting that in our targets for 2021.
Very good. Thank you, Rosie. I've got one last one, and this is another one of those red crosses, the dreaded red cross, but wanted to highlight it because councillors will have seen this. It's page 91 of the report. Page 91. Let's go back a couple there, sorry about that. 596. 91, might be 92 actually. It's actually page 92 on the report, not the board books, and talks about rates arrears, and you'll see a red cross there. And I just probably wanted to point this out, and Anne-Marie, you may comment on this if you wanted to, but it talks about the rate arrears, the management levy, and in regard to COVID response, which if you look at last year's comparable to, or in December, we suggested it would have been 4.7, which it was at 4.7, but you can see the effects of COVID through that period of time, and we're at 5.6, which says a red cross, but I'd suggest to you that that's the biggest green tick you've ever seen, given what we've gone through.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So this target is only measured twice a year, so only at the 31st of December and again at the 30th of June. We made a decision, Council made a decision in April this year to suspend all debt collection, and this impact, this 5.6, is a direct response to that suspension.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I just wanted to point that out, councillors, for you, as it is one of those red crosses. Anne-Marie, thank you. We'll move to Infrastructure Services Group. Are there any questions for ISG just before you take the effort to make the journey around? Mike, are there any questions for ISG? If there's no questions for ISG, we'll move to... so next time, Mike, you won't get off scot-free because we'll do a little... You can have a summary at the start. Unless you wanted to say something particular for this time, rounding out the year. Thank you. Okay. So next time. Oh, right. Planning and development. Mr. Summers, before you get too excited, are there any questions for Mr. Summers? Be there no questions, Stuart, unless you're desperate to address the group? And he is. Are you desperate to address the group? You can use my microphone there. You're not? Oh, okay. Would you like to address the group? Okay, well, next time you won't get that opportunity, you will be. Thank you, Stuart. We move then, if there's no questions for planning and development, we'll move directly then to water and waste. Are there any questions for water and waste? Councillor O'Shea, you have? No? Councillor Vonhoff definitely has. So, Damien, would you like to come forward if you'd like to make some opening remarks on the operation plan? Feel free to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors.
Morning.
2020, what a hell of a year for this business unit. We've got some of the highest risk capital projects that we're doing at the moment. Crestbrook switchboards, Perseverance pump station upgrade, changing the configuration from one pump down in the tower, the other pump is in a container, replacing a trunk main. These are doing a water strategy. These are things which are done once in a lifetime in a general managership. And having so many of these moving parts at the same time is a considerable cause of stress and focus for the executive. The October and November fires to the north, we lost the catchments in Perseverance and Crestbrook. Crestbrook lost its power to C1 and C2. And I'd like very much publicly to thank Mr. Peter Scott, who was the acting CEO of Energy Queensland at that point in time, and the emergency response by Ergon Energy in replacing those poles that all burnt out, in particular the poles that go from the Perseverance substation across the dam to the upper left of the embankment, and that's a very long and high span. The QFES response, we were helicopter bombing to defend Perseverance power supply. We were running the network entirely off Perseverance. And we were wargaming, and that was a hell of a week. There was a helicopter crash just up from Peachy. One of the firefighters, an elderly gentleman, crashed that helicopter. It ended up being repaired, and thankfully he was okay. We've had a 1 in 500 year flood event in February. We've had the distractions and working with Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy and with Southern Downs on the Southern Pipeline, both Toowoomba Regional Council's version of it that stops at Clifton and the large version which goes down into Warwick. We've brought the first iteration, and the water vision won't be finished with that first iteration. It is processed. We'll go through not only the next water source, we'll go through where the water treatment plants are going to be. We've got issues regarding buffer zones around our critical infrastructure. We've got very valuable critical infrastructure. We've got the sewage treatment plant at Watala, the single water treatment plant that we've got for Toowoomba Bulk at Mount Kynoch. we've got the landfill on the other side of the train tracks from Watala. And all of those critical assets need to be protected from encroachment by either development and or impacts that compromise the level of service that we can provide. We've had the Toowoomba second range crossing, and we've been working, and that's a big piece of work that Mike Brady's group has done, but it's had impacts on the water business and the wastewater business and the waste business. Throughout this, we've had service delivery review, we've had some periods of recruitment hiatus and pausing, and they have had impacts on the business delivery. We've had the depot move, and we've shifted from Anzac Avenue. Nearly all of my crew's now out at the depot. There's still a few at Anzac Ave. We had, the week before this council was formed, I was sitting down with the CEO, and we were going through a main leak between the Valve House and Mount Kinott. So we were running Toowoomba system of reservoirs and Kubi Dam and basalt bores. Another highly stressful week. We've had incidents in the water systems, particularly in some of the southern areas where we were trucking due to falling aquifers and other issues in relation to one southern system in particular. We've had critical agreements that we're renegotiating on the Wivenhoe water agreement, and we've had the waste in the business. We've had landfill gas and the flaring and that's going very well. So that is, there's a lot of culture work going on. We've had some delays with the Clyton Tier 2 start and Council's choice not to do the Wairema and to move the southern Tier 2 to another area. So a lot going on, councillors, a hell of a lot going on in the water, sewage and waste business.
Thank you. Thank you, Damien. Thank you very much. So I do have a question, I think Councillor Vonhoff and then Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Mr Platts. Thank you for that, Damien. So I note some of the crosses that are in here and understand the incidents that led to those. I particularly note that the tick next to our community engagement strategy, and I look forward to that ongoing work, particularly with Clifton, the Southern Pipeline community consultation, and then our region generally. We've, as you said, there's been all this work going on this year, and I think that there's a real appetite to share that work with the community so that they understand what our water situation is and where we're headed and what we need to do for the future. I actually really only have one question, and it's just related to, it occurs on a few of the pages, but it's about expenditure budget of water infrastructure programs and delivery of capital works. And I can refer to page 191 of 216, for instance, or 215 of 216. But it's that falling short of the delivery of capital work project tasks. If you could comment on that, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Vonhoff. Yes, in the waste side of the business, it was principally Clyton and the selection or reselection of the southern side for the waste side of the business. For the water side of the business, there's principally two projects to think about. One is the Perseverance Pump Station, where the timing of acquisition of some of that material was put into the wrong calendar year, and so that will be executed this year. We have tried to do and deliver more with the same number of project managers that we have in the water and the sewerage area of the business. In the waste side of the business, we transferred the project managers to the project services area under Mike Brady, and we've been going through a process of building relationship and SLA and understanding each other's businesses. So the waste side of the business is now delivering on its capital program. On the water and the sewer side, I've sat down with my managers and we've identified where in the business we're going to stop doing some things or take resources away from a certain area and put across into capital projects. Though some of those conversations are happening this week, and I'll have more to say about that when the staff have all been consulted.
Yeah, thanks. A supplementary then, if I might, Mr Chair. So is it an accurate depiction then to say from your comments that it's the numbers of project managers that you feel would be central to increasing that delivery of capital works?
It's two things. Yes, it's the number of project managers, but they're going to be project managers of some internal resources as well as external resources. So bringing in consulting firms into the business to help deliver the capital program. So some of the project managers will have to be project managing the consultants to make sure that they're doing things in accordance with TRC's preferences for project management framework, PMIS, etc., etc.
So then I suppose we can expect that to come back to us, BR1, and if there needs to be the allocation of funding to meet consultants or project managers, whichever way you split that to get the project delivered.
We have the budget, Councillor. I have where I choose to reallocate staff. It is a conversation with myself, the managers, and depending on where I'm moving them to and from, whether it's a CEO delegation or whether I consult the executive leadership team. So I can move staff in and around the business. In terms of external consultants, the capital program is there. They'll be billing to the job, so there's no additional money required there. And to the extent that I'm taking people away from doing operational work, I'll be having a conversation with Anne-Marie around whether or not, because those people will start billing to capital and they haven't been doing capital before. So there will be some budget implications, but it will be sending people from the profit and loss statement to the balance sheet.
Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Damien. It was a quality answer, I have to say. Any other questions for Water and Waste? Other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Carl.
Probably more a comment, if I may, Mr Chair. My observation so far this term, and having been in the portfolio last term, to be fair, some of the underspend or underperformance in capital has been due to strategic change in direction and decision from this boardroom. So we need to be accountable for some of that and make sure when we set the roadmap that we're reasonably confident. But that's not to say that there are always unexpecteds and unknowns that pop up. So I think that's a fair comment.
No, I totally agree, Councillor Carl. And I think that's where the biggest difference, I've mentioned this in the past, is that we didn't have a final budget review. So I think this year we'll see that opportunity, and Councillor Vonhoff's comments to certainly to the General Manager, working through from P&L to budget to balance sheets, those sorts of things will come through at the BR1. You'll see movements in those areas. So may not be increasing, but you'll see movements, I'm sure. So budget review 1 will take place in October after the September first quarter, and we'll be very keen to see how our capital works is progressing after the first quarter. So thank you, Damien. Good on you. Councillors, that concludes the presentations and questions. Unless there are any overarching questions, I'm happy to go to the recommendation, which is that Council note the organisational performance as outlined in the 2019-2020 Operational Plan Quarter 4 Progress Report, July to June, and thank Rosie for her efforts in bringing this to the board today. So have someone to move that recommendation. Moved by Councillor Antonio, seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. That's good discussion. We move now to item... Sorry, microphone's gone. We move now to item number 4, councillors, which is... not that one. Yes, yeah. Item number 4, councillors, is the quote or tender consideration plan for the stakeholder engagement and communications branch advertising. And Councillor O'Shea distributed some information. You'd like to declare an interest here, Councillor O'Shea?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a declaration of material personal interest pursuant to Section 175C of the Local Government Act 2009. I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a material personal interest in this matter as follows. A, I stand to gain a benefit or suffer a loss depending on the outcome of Council's consideration of this matter. B, I stand to gain a benefit or suffer a loss because one of the radio stations mentioned in the quote or tender consideration plan, stakeholder engagement and communications for advertising services, is Power FM, and I am employed by it on a subcontractor basis. So I'll be dealing with this declared material personal interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. This is actually not dissimilar to one we've recently done for the fleet, in fact. Similar sort of model. So, councillors, item number 4, the principal to procure is Robin Gray. However, Acting General Manager Anne-Marie will present this and make some opening remarks.
Thank you, councillors. So this is for council's consideration. Is a plan similar to the fleet and logistics plan adopted in July, and also similar to the plan adopted for Carnival of Flowers last year. And what we will do, we put the plan in place, continuously review, minimum 2 years, this plan. It's proposed to do this plan. This is certainly within the Act. So this quota tender consideration plan will provide SEC with the flexibility to utilise various advertising mediums that are relevant to the type of advertising, the target audience, the level of interaction, and the user-friendliness of the community and others. These engagements have previously been managed on an individual spend basis, and this plan is intended to formalise the engagement of these suppliers whilst providing support to stakeholder engagement and communication, and will meet legislative requirements. So there are 2 parts of the recommendation here. For adoption, so Section 230 exemption provides the opportunity for Council to resolve that a plan is required for operational efficiencies, and the second part is to actually adopt that plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Are there any questions or comments in regard to this? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr Chair.
Sorry, I should say I've actually got Daniel Loader here, who's happy to answer any questions on the plan.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Chair, to Anne-Marie. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Reading this, my takeaway is that this is designed to remove some administrative paperwork and speed up process. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep. So it's efficiency while ensuring compliance.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Any other questions, comments, councillors? If not,
Happy to move.
Sorry?
Happy to move.
Oh, happy to move. Okay, well, the recommendation, councillors, and I will read that, that Council, number 1, the Council prepare a quote or tender consideration plan for procuring advertising services on behalf of Council by Stakeholder Engagement and Communications Branch without first seeking quotes or tenders under Section 230 of Local Government Regulation 2012. And number 2, that Council adopt the quote or tender consideration plan, stakeholder engagement and communications for advertising services, attachment 1. Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah, James can return. Very good. Councillor O'Shea. Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Item number 5 is the consideration of applications for rate exemption for community organisations, Darling Downs Soaring Club Incorporated and St Vincent de Paul Society of Queensland. We have the Principal Rates and Revenue, Shane Morris, here, councillors. I might refer directly to Shane, who can make some opening remarks, and then we can answer some questions if need be. Thank you, Shane.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Jeff. Good morning, councillors. This report deals with 2 applications for rate exemption under Council's rate exemption for community organisations policy, with the applications being received from the Darling Downs Soaring Club Incorporated. Soaring is commonly more known as gliding, and the St Vincent de Paul Society of Queensland. The applications have been assessed under the policy and it is recommended that the applications be approved as the applications meet the intent of the policy and the use of the property. I'm happy to take questions.
Councillors, any questions in regard to this report?
Oh, I'm happy to move.
If there are no questions, happy to put the recommendation to vote, which is that the applications lodged under Council's rate exemption for community organisations policy 2.02 as detailed in attachment 2 be approved. Councillor Carroll, happy to move. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, happy to second. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate that. You're back again shortly. Well, it may be a little bit longer delayed than that. But item number 6, councillors, we are moving to. Item number 6 is the proposed amendment to 2.63 related party disclosure policy. We have an apology from the Manager of Governance and Legal Services, Grant Wilson. However, John's here, and Anne-Marie, would you like to just make some opening remarks?
Thank you, councillors.
Thanks.
So this amendment is as a result of a recent interim report from Queensland Audit Office, where they made a recommendation that new, fresh declarations be provided at 6 monthly intervals. So at this point in time, it's every 12 months. So at QAO are recommending that those declarations are made at 6 monthly intervals, regardless of whether there's been any change or not.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to this one? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not so much in relation to that change, that's
okay,
as opposed to 12, but just a clarification of the requirements for close family members to be recorded in the declaration, related party, I think. My question is that, just a bit confusing, that family members, it says here, family members who may be expected to influence or be influenced by the person in their dealings with council, specifically the person's children and spouse. I take it that that doesn't apply to all children or all spouses, but only those who are expected to influence. Is that the correct interpretation? Because some children might be 1 year old, you know, and it would be ridiculous.
A valid point, Councillor Shine. John, would you like to make comment?
Generally, the position we take from a risk management perspective and governance is where there is a perceived interest. So something might look okay, so there's no harm in actually declaring that perceived interest as well.
Well, if I gave you an example whereby, say, a councillor had 3 children and none of them lived in Toowoomba and none of them had any financial dealings of land or property in Toowoomba, would that councillor be required to arrange for a declaration to be done concerning those children as related?
No, as long as they have no influence or are not going to benefit from any of your dealings with council.
So it's an assessment by that key personnel, by the councillor or general manager or whoever it may be. Does that answer your question, Councillor Shine?
It does, I hope it's right.
Well, Councillor McMahon and Councillor Vonhoff had certainly been in that area of young children that may, they may have an influence in some of your decisions around here. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you. And I suppose, following on from Councillor Kerry's question, I have a son who lives overseas. I have no idea what he owns. And at the moment, he can't come home or anything like that. We've argued this many times, and not so much here in this room, but certainly with the state government and their legislation. And he's not a dependent on me, and I have no idea how much his house is worth or anything like that. So he has no influence whatsoever on what I do here. So I wouldn't, and I feel it totally unnecessary to make any declaration on his behalf, on my behalf, because he is my son.
That's a valid point.
Yep. You would like to make comment?
No, I'm happy to take that one away. I don't think you're required to, but I'd like to get some clarification from Grant on that one.
Okay, and an email directly to you, Councillor Carroll. Mightn't hurt to copy everyone in,
I
to all
actually have
councillors.
no intention of asking him to make a declaration of what he owns or anything like that.
No, that's perfectly fine. Councillor Shine?
Just another point, and Councillor Taylor's remarks reinforce, I think, what I was trying to express before. A worry for me, reading it, of the clause 4.1 says, related parties for the entity, Toowoomba Regional Council, will be determined by the governance and legal services and financial services branches. So really we are, one is at the mercy, if you like, of the interpretation of that branch of council, irrespective of the comments that Councillor Taylor and I have made earlier today.
Probably go even deeper than that. We're probably even over and above that, at the mercy of the rulers of the policy, which is not necessarily us.
Not council. This is inherited from.
Exactly. Okay. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's not a question to John. Thank you, John. It's more just a comment, and that is that as councillors, we know we're getting into public life when we run for office, and our job is a public one. But my goodness, these sort of legislative requirements that fall on elected members of the public have far-reaching implications and tentacles that reach really long and deep into personal family lives and go through into children, and it's a real issue when just because one councillor has accepted that public part of the job, that there is a degree of publicity that then comes to other members of the family who might be quite private, spouses and children in particular. And that's a heavy burden actually for some people to bear.
It's a very valid comment, Councillor Von Hoff, I have to say, and even when you look in the corporate world, one would argue that the level of scrutiny is anywhere near what is here, and I understand it's public money and it's probably just a comment for me rather than other, but when we start to talk about our controlled entities and the policies around those, just consider for a moment who may put their hand up to volunteer for those organisations when they fall under the same level of scrutiny, which I'm all up for scrutiny, but when you delve into personal lives and asking questions of a child who lives overseas where they can influence, someone who lives out of town where they influence, they're under the same level of scrutiny. So, as I say, all up for transparency, but there is certainly a case to put forward that may soften the amount of scrutiny that's here, I'd suggest. Councillor Antonio.
Well, can I say I have no problem where there's a business arrangement, and I have that in my family, but there are areas in my family where I don't have a business arrangement, and I find that very difficult. But the thing I would say, the standards that are being set for local government at the moment are not necessarily the standards that are being set for the other levels of government. And that disappoints me. That really disappoints me. Those who make the rules to apply to us, and we're the lowest and the least respected level of government there can be, those that make the rules ought to be able to be prepared to stand by those very same rules for themselves.
It's certainly a conversation LGAQ have had and lobbied extensively for some time, but it is what it is, councillors, and we have a recommendation before us, which is that council adopt Policy 2.63, Related Parties Disclosure Policy Attachment 2. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Carl. A seconder. Seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Unanimous.
What choice do we have?
Well done. Now, councillors, I'm very conscious of the time, and we're at that stage of the committee meetings today for an adjournment of this meeting. But I'd ask perhaps that I adjourn the meeting and go straight to economic development, and then following that, Mr Mayor, perhaps we break for a period of time because we go into closed sessions after that. So happy to move. Someone happy to move to go into adjourn the finance? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Bonhoff. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
With the today, so there'll be meeting is open, this point in time, and then it will be closed immediately. But if I could have a moment without the microphones turned on, I think I have some news that I wish to
Afternoon, councillors. We will resume the meeting. So we're moving to the next item of the Environment and Community Committee. So our next item is in confidential. So I'd ask for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Vonhoff. Those in favour? Carried.
James, here we go.
Hands again. Someone didn't put their hand up.
Yeah, those in favour, we're going into open. Okay.
Carries against.
Yeah. Okay. So, to our
What are we doing?
Downstairs.
to the. So we welcome back our audience via the live stream. Great to have you with us. So we now move to. I don't know what we're doing. Item 10. There is a. Oh, good on you. That's why you're the CEO. There is a recommendation there before us, so that will appear here on the screens here as well. So, do I have a mover? Councillor McMahon moves. Councillor Carol Taylor seconds. All those in favour? It's passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That concludes the Environment and Community Committee for the month of August. I now hand over to Councillor McDonald with Finance and Business Strategy.
Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, we move to a closed session. I have someone to move. Moved by Councillor Vonhoff, seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then back to item number 8, councillors, which is the report of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting of the 3rd of June 2020. The recommendation is there before you, and the recommendation is that the report of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting 3rd of June 2020 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. To have a mover? Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. We move now to item number 9, councillors, which is request of consideration of request for rate concession. The recommendation is that council not grant a rate concession for the landowner noted in the confidential report titled Consideration of Request for Rate Concession. Those in favour of that recommendation, moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Motion's carried for next week. Okay. Move now to item number 10. Item number 10 is the
Never been like this before.
consideration of a request to waiver infrastructure charges, councillors, and it's if we go to the recommendation, the recommendation is that council not approve the request to waive infrastructure charges for the landowners noted in the confidential report titled Consideration of a Request to Waive Infrastructure Charges. Do I have a mover of that recommendation? Moved. We all want to. Moved by Councillor McMahon. Seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Motion is carried. Councillors, thank you for your meeting today. Thank you for those watching at home and those in the gallery. We appreciate you coming in person to be here this afternoon. Thanks for the media for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you, Arun, and thank you, Anne-Marie. Good afternoon, and thank you.